Those who joined just now, please take this command from the chat window and run this command. Okay. So we are good to start our session today. Once again, welcome back everyone. So before we get going, let me do a quick recap like what we covered in the last class. Okay, so yesterday we started with the Maven inheritance, right? So if you want to remove the redundancy in the POM files, so we created this parent POM file and child POM gonna inherit everything from the parent and parent is inheriting everything from the BOM file. To remove the redundancy, we follow this Maven inheritance so that the common settings, so BOM is actually installed at the organization level, right? So all the projects within that organization can make use of this BOM file, which contains all the version related configurations for your plugins and dependencies and which can be used throughout the organization. And this parent POM file, we are going to create at each department level. And the APIs which are built in the department, the common settings, we are going to move it into the parent POM file and it will be referenced in the multiple projects within that department. So we followed this Maven inheritance and we removed the redundancy. Then we discussed how to deploy our application independently of Studio. Like we deployed our application to Cloud Hub by performing the Maven build. Then we discussed how to create environment specific property files. So we have identified all the properties which are specific to each environment and we moved those properties into a separate properties.yaml file, dev properties.yaml file, test properties.yaml file, and so on. Then we also discussed how to create or how to pass the parameters securely in the Mule application. Okay, so if you look at this dev-properties.yaml file over here, we have identified some sensitive information which we are going to pass it in the encrypted values. So we moved all those sensitive information into a separate file and we have encrypted those values. And to decrypt these values at the runtime, we have added this module, Mule Secure Properties Extension module. So we have created this global element so that this properties which are encrypted, the encrypted values will be decrypted during the runtime. So we added this support to securely pass your Mule application properties in the Mule application. Then we added the support to deploy your same jar file to multiple environments. So we coded our application to support the deployment to all the environments. So in the parent POM file, we have passed that environment variable dynamically and application name. So we added that support so that you can deploy your applications to all the environment. Then we discuss about MDC logging. So we use this MDC logging along with the tracing module so that you can enhance your logs, or you can add more context when you're logging the information. Then we discussed about functional monitoring, where you can check for liveness of that application or readiness of that application. So you can prove for liveness as well as readiness of the application by using this functional monitoring. Then we discussed about visualizer. Visualizer is a graphical representation of your entire application network. So it gives like a bird eye view architecture of your entire application network. Like you can know what is happening within your API world. So visualizer comes in three modes: architecture mode, troubleshooting mode, policies mode. Okay. So in the troubleshooting mode, it will give you some diagnostic information like CPU utilization, average response time, and so on. And in the policies mode, you can understand what are the various policies applied on the all the APIs in your application network. So that is what we discussed in the module 2. Then we went ahead and we started with module 4. So module 4, we discussed about automating the M unit testing, how to automate or how to test your Mule application using this M unit testing framework. Okay, so over here we completed with the first walkthrough. Okay, so in the first walkthrough we covered how to enable a Mule application for unit testing. Okay, so that you can execute your M unit test cases in the studio, and also we have added the support to do the Maven build to execute your M unit test cases. So like in the parent POM file, sorry, in the child POM file, let me open up child. Okay, so we enable the M unit support for this check-in PAPI project. Okay, so do a right click over here and we enabled this M unit support. Okay, so when you configured your Maven support, M unit Maven support, so behind the scenes it has added two modules over here. Okay, it has added two modules. It's still not showing up. Okay, I have to figure this out. Okay, so these two modules are added here. For some reason, I'm not able to see it. Let me figure it out. And also in the pom.xml file, there is a new plugin added behind the scenes when you enable the MUnit framework. That is MUnit Maven plugin. And we use this plugin to execute your test cases. And once your test cases are executed successfully, it's going to generate the report in the HTML or JSON format. And this MUnit test cases, they are executed as a separate process. So we have to pass our encrypt key. And this parent POM file, we have installed it into the local repo so that it is available for MUnit test cases. And in the dependency section, if you have observed, it adds this MUnit tools and also MUnit runner. These are the two dependencies needed for testing your MUnit test suite. Okay, so now we'll go forward and we'll discuss the next topic. So how to perform the basic MUnit test. Okay, so we completed with this walkthrough in the last class, and also we have executed this command right in the last part, like in the end of the session. So we ran this command mvn clean verify -u. So we are performing a Maven verify command here. We are executing Maven verify command, and verify will execute all your integration tests if you have defined in your check-in PAPI project. So this build is successful. Just scroll down and look at your console messages, everyone. So it is also showing the coverage report, like how many test suites have been executed. So we have created one test suite, main-test suite, and we created this to execute the main.xml file, the flows present in the main.xml file. Okay, so there are no errors, no failures, and we have executed two flows in that test suite. And over here it is giving you the complete coverage report. Okay, so this coverage report 0% for error.xml, API.xml is also 0%, main.xml it's 100% because we have created the test suite to execute this payment approval and check-in by PNR. Health is also 0%. So covered processor. So total processors are set 22, and in that we have covered 7 processors. Processor means here uh, the processors present in your mule flows. Okay, containers means number of flows in your check-in papi project. Resources means there are 4 resources like api.xml, error.xml. So these are the 4 resources. In that we have containers and also number of process. So it is generating a HTML report which shows you the complete coverage of the report. So you can do a Maven build to execute your unit testing framework, or you can do it locally by running that unit test suite. Now we are moving over to the next topic, how to perform basic unit testing of integration test. One second, guys, I'm checking something here. Yeah, now I can see the modules. So I was talking about these modules, unit and unit tools. So when we enable the support for unit testing framework, it will add these 2 modules. So we're going to perform, or we're going to use drag and drop these tools to create our unit test suite. Okay, so we are discussing the next topic, how to perform basic unit testing for integration functionality. So we already created this main test suite, right? And it is testing your payment approval by PNR and also check-in by PNR in the main.xml file. So in unit, you can do assertions also. So what is an assertion? Means you're going to compare the expected value with actual value. Okay, so we're going to execute a specific test suite and we're going to validate based on the input you're sending. You're going to validate and you're going to check if you're receiving certain output or not. So as a part of assertion, we're going to compare the expected value with the actual value. And in unit, we write assertions in data view language like this. Okay, so here we are checking vars.http status if it is equal to 500. Okay, so you can use Hamcrest or third generation matcher frameworks for writing these assertions in the data view expression. So unit test tools. So all these unit test tools, you can find it over here. So you can perform all these operations, assert expression. So we're going to use assert equals now and mock when operation. And we're going to add verify call spy components. We're going to discuss few of the unit tools in the coming walkthroughs. So if you want to mock a processor, we use a mock when component present in the unit tools. So we are doing a unit testing before the integration functionality is implemented in your check-in Papi project. Means you have not written any code to integrate with the third-party systems yet. So those are black box at this point. So if you want to go forward with your unit testing, then we have to mock that external dependencies. So when you mock a external dependency like flight management system or PayPal system or passenger data system, so those are integration systems. So we haven't implemented that logic. So we're going to mock those processor. So when you mock a processor, then you're going to return a dummy response. Okay, you will specify the expected data to be returned when you mock a particular processor. Then we define assertion. We just now discussed assertion. So assertion will always return a Boolean value. So you're going to compare the expected with actual data when you're executing in a particular flow. Then we have a spy component. So we can spy on flow components. You can spy on a particular processor in the mule flow. So you can spy on a processor and you can validate the mule event state. So in the mule event state, we have attributes, payload, and variables. So when you're spying a component, so before that component is executed. So for example, I'm spying on the transform message component. So when you spy on this transform message component, so before this transform message component, you want to check the state of your attributes, payload, or variable. So you want to check the variable PNR number is ABCD 1 to 3 or not. So this is what we are passing. We are passing the PNR number as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 while sending the request. And before you execute that component, you want to check if the variable is the same value, or you want to check the payload we are passing to that component is exactly what you are expecting to pass, or you can check the, or you can validate the attributes also. You can validate the mule event state before you spy on a component. So we're going to discuss all of them in practical now. So we are heading over to the second walkthrough. So first I'm going to show you how to create a startup project, startup test suite for your check-in PAPI. So why we create a startup, basic startup script? Because we want to check all the configurations are configured correctly or not. So when you enable a particular project for unit testing, so we configured our environment variables, we configured the encrypt.key. Okay, so we provide configuration. So we're going to check if those configurations are working fine or not. So come back to your main test suite.xml. So you can locate this file under the src test m unit. So go to src test m unit, open your main test suite.xml file. And we'll create a startup test. We'll create a startup test. So by creating this startups test, we're going to check all the configurations are working fine. Okay. So we're going to check if any kind of misconfigurations you have in your project. So obviously it's not going to work if you have any misconfigurations, right? So first go to this main test suite payment approval by PNR, do a right click over here and ignore this test. So we don't want to execute this test. So ignore this test and also minimize this one. Ignore the check-in by PNR test as well. So now we're going to create a basic test suite. Okay, so go to MUnit everyone on the right side. Make sure you see this module, MUnit module, and we can perform several operations over here. So let me show you how to create a basic startup test suite. So drag this component and drop it onto the canvas to create a new test suite. So drag this test suite and drop it onto the canvas to create a new test suite. Okay, so let's call this as a startup test suite. Save the changes. And over here, I'm not going to do anything. Just I'll add a logger in the execution. Okay. Go to your favorites, add a logger to the execution section. Add a logger to the execution system, execution section. Okay, so just a basic test I have created. We have added just a logger and created a basic test here. And then we're gonna run this test suite. So run this main test suite. Okay, so this is gonna validate whether you have provided all the configurations correctly. All the properties have been configured correctly, like your encrypted key, your key and your environment variables. It's gonna check everything is configured correctly or not. So obviously this is gonna pass, right? Because we already tested our main test suite in the last class. Okay, so everything is good. Then definitely this test suite is passed. Okay, so the M unit tab is showing green. So test suite, the startups test suite has executed successfully. It is passed. Okay, so meaning here your configurations are working fine. Okay, so it's checked all your properties and they are configured correctly. Okay, so now we'll go forward. If you look at the generate report here, it has executed only the main test suite. Okay, so come back to the canvas and delete this startup test suite. Okay, you can go forward and delete it and enable this main test suite payment approval by PNR. Enable the test. Okay, so let me enable the check-in by PNR as well. Okay, so next we're going to discuss about assertion. So next topic, how to do the assertions in the M unit testing. Okay, so let me open up the ARC. Okay, so please launch your ARC everyone. And then we're going to work on the assertions. Okay, so if you look at ARC, so we are performing a put method, right? And we are hitting this URL and it is invoking slash checking endpoint. And we are passing a PNR number here ABC1234. And when the check-in endpoint is executed, it is returning 200 OK. Payment ID is this one. So this payment ID is returned as a response. So to understand this assertion, what we're going to do here, we're going to replicate everything in the test suite. So in the test suite, we're going to write the code to send this PNR number. We'll pass this request body. We'll pass this request body and we'll make a call to the slash check-in endpoint. And we're going to verify if this is returning this payment ID as a response. So your expected one is this one. And we're going to compare with the actual value. So we are doing assertion to compare our expected value with this actual value. And we're going to do the assertions now. So we're going to replicate this scenario in the test suite now. Okay, so come back to the studio, everyone. So go to the check-in by PNR test suite. Check-in by PNR test suite. So in the execution section, already we have added a flow reference, which is making a call to the check-in by PNR in the main.xml file. In the main.xml file. So we have created the test suite to execute this check-in by PNR flow. So already added a flow reference. So now we're going to replicate everything over here in this test suite. So we're going to pass the request body and also PNR number to this flow. And this flow will execute this check-in by PNR in the main.xml file. And in the transfer message, the check-in by PNR in the transfer message, the payment ID, this hard-coded payment ID is written as a response. Then we're going to do the assertion if it is equal to the same payment ID or not. So come back to the main test suite, everyone. So we have to pass the request body and also PNR number to this flow. So we're going to use a component here in the M unit called a set event. So go to your mule palette on the right side, select M unit module and drag this set event. So drag this set event and drop it before the flow reference, the execution section. So add a set event component in the execution section before the flow reference. So this set event will allow you to set the payload, attributes, errors, variables, and so on. Okay, so if you look at the set event properties at the bottom panel, you can set the payload, attributes, error, variables, and so on. So go to the payload section. So here we have to pass the request body. So when you look at the ARC, we are passing this as a request body. So we are replicating everything in the test suite. So we're going to pass this as a request body in the JSON structure. So in the set event, go to the payload. Okay, so make sure the payload tab is selected, and in the value section, we're gonna write a data expression to pass that request body. So output type is application slash JSON, and then delimiter hyphen delimiter, and then let me copy from here. This is the request body. No worries, I'm going to send the entire expression in the chat in a moment. Okay, so this is your request body. Okay, so I'm going to copy this entire expression. I'm passing in the chat for everyone. So we are passing this as a request body. Then switch to the attributes. And in the attributes, we're going to set this URI parameter, PNR number. We're going to set the PNR number as in the attribute section. So go to the attributes, and over here we're going to write a data expression again. And inside the curly braces, we're going to define the URI params. And this URI params, we're going to pass it as an object. PNR is the key, and the value is ABC1234. ABC1234. So no worries, I'm going to paste this also in the chat. So we set the payload, we set the attribute, means we are passing a request body, and also we are passing a URI parameter ABC1234. Okay, so now save these changes. Okay, so in the set event will allow you to set the request body and attributes, and this will be passed to this flow reference. And this flow reference is making your call to the check-in by PNR, so it will invoke this flow, and all these components are executed. And in the last component transfer message, we have hard coded this value. So when this check-in by PNR is executed, it will return this value, this payment ID. Now what we're going to do here in the test suite, we're going to compare this value with our actual value. So to do the comparison, we're going to use asset equals to. Okay, so come back to the main test suite, and we'll add a asset equals component in the validation section. So all the assertion verifies goes through the validation section. And this asset equals is present in the MUnit tools module. So go to the mule palette on the right side, click on MUnit tools, and drag this operation asset equals. To drag this and drop it to the validation section. Okay, so now go to the properties at the bottom panel. So we are doing assertions here. We're going to compare the actual value with the expected value. So what is actual value? So when this flow reference is executed, so check-in by this main check-in by PNR is executed, and the payload is now populated with this value. So your payload is having this value. Okay, so here the actual value in the asset equals to, I'm going to set it to payload. Payload is having the payment ID. The hard-coded payment ID is stored in the payload. So we are comparing this payload with the expected one. So expected one, we're going to specify it. So click on the FX button, and you're going to write a data expression here. And in the curly braces, same payment ID. I'm going to compare with the same payment ID. Or hold on, guys. Let me copy this from here. Okay. Okay, so actual payload, it is compared with this payload. Our expected one is this. So if both are matching, then your test suite is executed successfully. So let me get this to single line. Okay. Okay. It's still showing an error. Okay, no worries. We can ignore this error at this point. Okay, but problems, there are no errors. Okay, one error. Data expression asset equals to, it is showing an error. Okay, I have added twice here. I'm so sorry. Okay, so this is a data expression. Now it looks good. Yeah, error is resolved. Okay, so save your changes, everyone. Save all the changes. Okay, so now we're gonna run this test suite. This check-in by PNR test suite. Okay, do a right click and run your MUnit test suite. Okay, so we are passing the request body and attributes to execute this flow. And once this flow is executed, payment ID is returned as a response. And that payment ID we are comparing using this assertion. And this test suite gonna run successfully now. And over here, this operation asset equals to asset expression asset, that all of them are doing the same kind of operation here. They're going to validate the actual value with the expected value. But we're going to write the syntax in a different kind of expression, like in the data of expression. Over here in the asset expression, you're going to use a Hamcrest expression to do the assertion. Okay, so this MUnit tab, it is in green. So this test suite is executed successfully. Okay. And that's the end of the walkthrough. So I need a green check mark if you have tried this at your end and if it is working fine. Then we're going to discuss about how to mock the external dependency. Yeah, thank you, Rintesh. Okay. Mock external dependencies. So why we mock the external dependency? Because we are doing MUnit testing. The integration logic is not yet implemented in our Chicken Papi project. So we mock so that it ensures the isolation of the unit to test. And the test will remain fast. And if any external system is down for some reason, it should not have impact on your unit testing. So that's the reason we're going to mark our external dependencies here. Then only it's going to serve as a true unit test. So what should we mark? So usually we're going to mark the external systems, external dependencies you have used in your project. And sometimes we're going to mark endpoints, connectors, flow reference also. And there is a component in the MUnit tools called as markven. So we're going to add this markven and we're going to mark the external dependency now. So when you mark a particular dependency, we're going to return a predefined result or we're going to return a dummy result when you mark that processor. Means you are not actually making a call to that external dependency. Instead, you are returning a dummy response by saying you are marking that particular dependency. So we have this verify call component also. We're going to discuss this later. So first let's do the markven processor. So I'm going to get the walkthrough slide now. Okay, so we are heading over to the third walkthrough. And the first part we're going to discuss is how to use the markven processor to mark the external dependency. Then we're going to discuss the verify call and the spy component. So come back to the studio, everyone. Come back to the studio. Okay, so get back to the studio. And on the Mule palette, go to the Mule palette, M Unit Tools, and locate this Mark1 processor and drag this Mark1 to behavior section. So we have added this Mark1 processor to mark the flight management system. So for check-in PAPI project, we have three external dependencies. One is flight management system, and the second one is passenger data system, and third one is PayPal system. So we're gonna mark all the three dependencies now. So we have added this first one to mark the flight management system. So go to the properties, Mark1 properties at the bottom panel. So we're gonna mark a flow reference here. So flow-ref. So processor, set it to flow-ref. So let me get this to full screen. Mark1, get it to full screen. Okay, processor, I'm gonna mark a flow reference which will make a call to a flight management system. And click on this plus button over here. And attribute name is name of the flow. Okay, so where value is the name of the flow, that is flights hyphen. I'm going to paste it in a while in the chat window. Okay, check hyphen in hyphen flights hyphen management. Okay, so let me paste this in the chat for everyone. Click OK. And also display name, change it to check in flights management. So remember, we haven't created this flow so far. Okay, so we are saying we want to mark this check-in flights management flow. We haven't created this flow. We're going to do it in the next step. So this check-in flights management flow will have all the logic to connect to the external dependency, to connect to the flight management system, where your payment will be created and it will get all the ticket information for you. Okay, so save these changes. So there's the Mark1 processor to mark the check-in flights management. Okay, so let's mark the passenger data system and also PayPal system. So go to the MUnit tools again, drag this Mark1, drag and drop the Mark1 processor to the behavior section. And this Mark1 processor we have added to mark the passenger data system. So go to the display name. So display name, change this to register passenger data. Register hyphen passenger hyphen data. Okay, so this is the flow we are going to create in the next step. And processor, we're going to mark the flow reference, flow hyphen ref, which will make a call to this register passenger data. So we have a flow reference. We're going to add a flow reference in the main.xml file, which will make a call to this register passenger data. So click on this plus button. Attribute name is name, and where value is register passenger data. Click OK. Okay, so just go to the below section. Go to this return section, payload. So when you're marking this processor, we want to return a dummy payload here. So in the return section, make sure the payload tab is selected, and we're going to return a dummy JSON object here. So I'll write a data expression here, output application slash JSON. Okay, so we are returning empty JSON object here. So I'll give you this in the chat for everyone and save the changes. And also we have to specify this Mark1 processor also should return a dummy data. So we missed this part. Okay, so come back to the first one, everyone. Go to the Mark1 processor, first Mark1 processor, and over here also in the return section, scroll down to the return section, payload. Here also we're going to return the dummy out. The payload section, write this data expression to return the JSON, empty JSON object here. Save the changes. Okay, now let's add the last one to mark the PayPal system. Okay, so go to the Mule palette, MUnit tools, drag this Mark1. Okay, so processor, it's flow reference, flow hyphen ref, flow hyphen ref. Okay, let me get this to full screen and click on this plus button. and attribute name is name, and where value create, one second, let me create payment for bags. Create payment for bags. So name of the flow, we are going to create this flow. So it is having dash as a separator. So we follow a kebab case for flow name. Create payment for bags. So let me paste this in the chat. Click OK. And also this display name, change it to create payment for bags. Display name also change it to create payment for bags. Then go to the return section. Payload tab is selected here, and over here we're going to write the expression to return the empty JSON object. It's already there in the chat. Please copy from the chat, everyone, and paste it over here. So you're marking this flow, and it should return the JSON object. So save the changes. Okay, so come out of the full screen. So now we'll head over to the main.xml file and we'll create this flows: check-in flights, register passenger data, create payment for bags. So head over to the main.xml file, everyone. So let me get this to full screen. Okay, so in the check-in by PNR flow, we have to make a call to the flight management system, passenger data system, and PayPal system. Okay, so we're going to write the logic over here. So just go below check-in by PNR flow. Below check-in by PNR flow. So head over to the Mule palette, go to favorites, Mule palette, go to favorites, drag this logger and drop it below the check-in by PNR flow in the main.xml file. Drag this logger and drop it at the bottom to create a new flow. So go to favorites, drag this logger and drop it below the check-in by PNR. And rename this main flow. Click on this name of the flow and rename this to flights check hyphen in hyphen flights hyphen management. Okay, it's already there in the chat. Please don't make any typo. So to avoid typo, I request everyone to take it from the chat when it's already there in the chat. Check in flights management. So we created this flow. So ideally we have to write the scenario which will connect to the flight management system, and you can execute a payment over there by calling that flight management system. You're going to execute the payment. So we are not writing the integration logic, okay, at this point. So just added a logger here. Okay, so similarly, we're going to create a flows for passenger data system and PayPal system now. So go to the favorites, drag a logger, drop it at the bottom to create a new flow. And call this as register passenger data. So name is already there in the chat, okay? Name of the flow I have pasted in the chat already. Oh, not this one, register passenger data. Okay, so we would create one more flow here. So go to favorites and drag a logger and drop it at the bottom. And click on this main flow and call this as create payment for bags. Create payment for bags. Save the changes. Okay, so please look at my screen. So we have created this flows, check-in flight management, which will invoke flight management system. Over here, it's going to invoke passenger data system and PayPal system. So now in the main.xml file, the check-in by PNR. So we're going to add a flow reference to refer to these flows. So go to your check-in by PNR and add a flow reference next to the first transform message. Add it next to this transform message, okay? So go to favorites, drag a flow reference and drop it over here. Okay, flow name selected from the drop down. We are referring to the check-in flights management. Flow name selected from the drop down, and display name. So copy this flow name and paste it in the display name and save the changes. Okay, so now go to the Mule palette, favorites, drag a flow reference to refer to the passenger data system. Add this flow reference and flow name, set it to register passenger data. And also change the display name to register passenger data. Set the flow name to this one. Okay, so let's add one more flow reference here, which will invoke the PayPal system, okay, which will invoke this create payment for bags. So remember, we haven't implemented any logic for check-in flights or register passenger data. So these are external dependencies. Okay, so you invoke flight management and passenger will check in successfully, means the ticket information will be retrieved over here. That is a functionality we're going to implement for flight management. And passenger data, so you're going to get the passenger information by talking to the passenger data system. Then you'll be directed to the PayPal system to make the payment for the additional packages. So that is the logic we are supposed to implement for this external dependency. But at this point, we have added just a log to invoke this external dependency. Okay, so now we have created this main test suite, right? We have created this main test suite check-in by PNR, and we are making a call to the check-in by PNR flow, which is present in the main. And when this check-in by PNR flow is executed, so we have added this flow reference to make a call to the check-in flights management system, but we want to mark this check flow reference. So we have added this mark when processor, and we are marking the flow reference which is pointing to the check-in flights management. Means the actual call is not made to this dependency. Okay, so in the main.xml, you are marking this flow reference. Means it will not call this check-in flights management at all. So when you mark this check-in, this flow reference check-in flights management, and we are returning a dummy response, empty JSON object. So similarly, we are marking this register passenger data to return a dummy response, same as with the payment for bags. Okay, so using the markman processor, you can mark a flow reference which will make a call to that external dependency. And at this point, you are returning a dummy response. So that's the logic we have implemented over here. So now we'll go forward and we'll execute this munit test suite. Okay, so run your test suite and ensure it runs successfully. Okay, it's deployed successfully. Okay, so it is executed successfully. I can see the MUnit tab as green. Okay. So now if you go back to the main.xml, so this test suite was executed. So it is making a call to your check-in by PNR, and in the check-in by PNR, we are marking this 3 external dependencies. So if you go back to the main.xml file, you will see the green tick mark, meaning here those processes are executed. But this processor, this flow reference, we are marking this flow reference. So you should not see any green tick marks on check flights, register passenger data, and create payment for bag. So when you mark a processor, it is not actually making call to this check flights management. So it is marking that processor and it returns a dummy object. Empty JSON object is returned as a response. So just go back to your main.xml file and make sure this check flights management and these three are not invoked. Okay. So you should not see any green tick mark for the external dependencies flows. Okay, so that's about the Mark-Win processor. So green check mark if you're all good. Next, we're going to discuss about verify call component. So let me go back to the slide. So Mark-Win is completed. So we're going to discuss verify call component now. So I'm waiting for the check marks. If you're all good, please let me know. Okay, so we have this verify call component also in the MUnit tools, which will ensure or which will make sure you are making a call to that particular processor only once. Okay, so look at this diagram. So we're going to add a verify call component now to check if the flights check-in flights management flow it is invoked only once. Okay, so we'll add this verify call component and flow reference is the processor. We're going to check the flow reference to flight management system, and in the validate that section we're going to check if it is invoked only once. Okay, you're going to write the logic here to check if it is invoked only once. So if it is invoked only once, then your test suite will be executed successfully. So in the real time scenario, let's say for example, you are connecting to a database. So you want to check you are making a connection only once. Okay, you want to check you are making a connection to the database only once or at least once. So you can write the comparison logic over here to check once or more than once or at least once. You can write the logic over here. So verify the processor was called correctly and the current amount of time. So like at times, at least or at most. Okay. So let's do this verify call component now. So come back to the studio, back to the main test suite, and verify call will go into the validation section. Okay. So go to the MUnit tools on the right side and locate the verify call component. So drag this and drop it into the validation section next to the asset equals to asset equals to. So drag this and drop it next to the asset equals to in the validation section. And let me get this to full screen. So I'm going to verify how many calls have been made to that flight management system. So display name processor flow-ref flow-ref and click on this plus button. Okay, name attribute name is name and where value it's check-in flights management. Okay, so you can take it from the chat window. The name of the flow you can take it from the chat window. Click OK. Okay, display name also change it to check-in flights management. Display name check-in flights management processor flow ref name where value and go to the validate that section and we're going to validate if it is making only the connection once. Okay, validate is equal to value 1. We are checking if it is invoking only once. Okay, it is not invoking more than once. Save the changes. Okay, now let me come out of full screen. So that's the verify call to check the check-in flights management. So let's add the verify call to check the passenger data system. So go to the Mule palette, drag this verify call, drop it over here. Drag this verify call, drop it next, drop it into the validation section. Okay, so let me get this to full screen. So processor low hyphen ref, or you can pick, you can click on this button also, pick processor. Okay, so click on this button everyone, pick processor. You can pick it from this UI also. So pick a target processor. So let me get this to full screen. So let me minimize this console. So I'm going to the main.xml file. In the main.xml file, check in by PNR. So double click on this check in by PNR everyone. Okay, register passenger data. So we're gonna verify if the register passenger data is invoked only once. Okay, flow reference to register passenger data. So just double click on it. It will give you the attributes on the right side. Select name on the right side, and then click OK. So go to the main.xml file, check in by PNR, register passenger data, double click on it, and then select the checkbox name. Okay, so we are verifying if the register passenger data is invoked only once. Okay, go to the validate that section is equal to 1. Is equal to 1. Save the changes. Okay, so this is about the verify call to register passenger data. Now let's add one more. Okay, so go to the Mule palette, Yum Unit Tools, verify call. So drag this and drop it over here. Okay, so let's repeat the same steps. Okay, let me get this to full screen. Processor, pick processor. Okay, so click on pick processor button. Okay, let me get this to full screen. So go to the this main.xml file. Main.xml file, check in by PNR, payment for bags, create payment for bags. So double click on it. This flow reference to create payment for bags. Double click on it to see the attributes on the right side and select name attribute. Okay, select this checkbox. Then click OK. And then go to the validate that section is equal to 1. Is equal to 1. Value is 1. Okay, save the changes. Okay, so in the main.xml file, this check-in by PNR flow is executed. And we are making a call to the check-in flights management, register passenger data, create payment for bags only once. And also we have written the test suite to check if the verify call is happening only once. Okay, so when you execute your test suite, obviously it's gonna run successful because we are invoking only once here. Okay, so if you go forward and run your munit test suite, your test suite will run successfully. Okay, so do a right click on main test suite and run your munit test suite. Okay, so make sure your munit test suite is executed successfully. Okay, then we're going to discuss about spy component. Okay, so that's the last topic in this walkthrough. How to spy a processor in the munit test suite. Let's take a break now, okay? So my test suite has executed successfully. So we're gonna take a break and then we'll come back and we'll discuss the spy processor, okay? So green check mark. If this is working fine at your end, then we're gonna take a break for 20 minutes and we'll come back and we'll discuss the next topic. Yeah, thank you, Pranali. If you're all good, then we can continue after the break is done. Thank you so much, everyone. So if you have any issues, please let me know, okay? If you need any help, please let me know. Okay. So I'm going on mute. So we're gonna continue after the break is done. Thank you. Okay, please leave a green check mark if everyone is back to the session. Okay. So before the break, we discussed about mock vein processor and also verify call. Now we are going over to the next topic. We're going to discuss about spy component now. Okay, so we're going to discuss about functionality of spy component. So we're going to add this spy processor to our test suite, and this spy processor will help us to check, or it will help us to validate the mule event object before that particular processor is invoked and after the processor has finished the execution. Okay, so I'll give a real-time scenario here. Let's say you're making a call to the database and you're spying that particular processor, database select operation, for example. So before this database select operation is executed, you're calling the database, and before it is executed, you want to check what are your attributes or what is your variables you are passing or what is the payload you are passing. You're going to validate your mule event object before that component is executed. And after the database was called, you're going to verify again what are your variables, payload, and etc. Okay, so that's the spy component. So come back to the studio, everyone. Back to the studio. So in the main.xml file, just watch my screen, everyone. The main.xml file, you're going to spy on this create payment for backs. So we are spying on this flow reference. And before this flow reference is invoked, I want to check if the attribute value, that PNR value is ABC1234. So before we execute or before we're gonna call this flow reference, I want to validate what is the attribute value, PNR value, ABC1234. Okay, so come back to the M unit test suite. Okay, so go to this check-in by PNR test in the M unit test suite. And let's add the spy component to the behavior section. So go to the mule palette, M unit tools, and drag this spy processor. Drag the spy processor and drop it over here. Next in the behavior section. So next to this Mark when processor. So add a spy processor to the behavior section and go to the properties at the bottom panel and let me get this to full screen, the spy processor. Okay, so spy processor, you can click on this pick processor button and we're going to say here which component we want to spy on it. Okay, so expand this window, go to the main.xml file, and in the main.xml file, I want to spy on this create payment for backs. Create payment for backs. Double click on it and on the right side, select this attribute. Select this checkbox. Okay, then click OK. Then come out of the full screen. So create payment. So here we can specify the display name as create payment for backs. Okay, save the changes and then come out of the full screen. Okay, so we are spying the create payment for backs. And before we invoke create payment for backs, so in this before call section, we're going to validate the attributes. We're going to validate the attribute that PNR values ABC1234. So what is the PNR value? We have set it over here in the set event. So go to the set event and the set event in the attribute section. The attribute section, we are passing the PNR as ABC1234. Now in the before call, we're going to do the assertion now. So before this spy component, before this create payment for backs is invoked, we're going to add a assert that component and we're going to validate if the PNR value, the actual value is this one. We're going to compare with the expected value now. And expected value, we're going to pass the same value. Okay, so if this is validated true, then your test suite will be executed successfully. Okay, so go to the before call and add a assert that component. So already we discussed assert equals to, so this time we're going to add assert that component. Okay, so drag this one and drop it over here. Assert that. Okay, so in the assert that, go to the properties, expression, click on fx. We are checking PNR variables. Okay, vas.pnr. We are validating the PNR value now. vas.pnr. vas.pnr is having ABC1234. That is what we set in the set event over here. In the set event, we set the PNR to vas.pnr. Okay, so just scroll down a bit. This is the ham crust expression. So you are using munit tools to compare that PNR with the actual value now. So munit tools. So this change this to is equal to, sorry, equal to, just equal to munit tools colon equal to, and here you're going to pass your expected value. So vas.pnr is having ABC1234 and we're going to compare with same ABC1234. Okay, so remove that not null and set it to equal to ABC1234. Save the changes. So meaning here before this spy, this create payment for bag is executed. So we are spying that component. So before this component is executed, we are validating the PNR value. We are validating the PNR value is this one, ABC1234. Okay, save the changes. Do a right click and run your munit test suite now. And this should successfully executed because the one which we are passing is ABC1234 and validating with the same value. Okay, so we completed the third walkthrough. Okay, so we're going to discuss the last topic. Once the test suite is executed successfully, we're going to discuss the last part of this module 4. That is unit test record. Okay, so if your test suite executed successfully, leave a green check mark, everyone. Okay, so this is working fine at my end. So test suite has executed successfully. So green check mark if you're all good till this point. Yeah, thank you, Pranali. Is anybody doing hands-on with me? Leave a green check mark if you're all good. Okay, so then we'll move on to the last topic. How to create the test suites automatically using this unit test recorder. So we're going to automatically create a unit test using this test recorder. Okay, so I'm going to do a little different from the manual. Okay, so in the manual, so here I'm going to take a live example to generate the test suite automatically. So using this test recorder, you're going to automatically generate the unit test suite. And while generating this test suite, it will ask you for the user input. So after you provide your user input, then the test suite will be generated successfully. So it's going to open this UI based window where you're going to give the inputs like which processor you want to market or which processor you want to spy, and you're going to add your verifications, assertions, and then the test suite will be automatically created. Okay, so we're going to head over to the last walkthrough and we'll use this unit test recorder and we'll generate a unit test. So I'm going to take a live example here. So come back to the check-in by PNR flow and close this project, everyone. Close this project. Close this check-in PAPI project. Okay, let's create a new project now. File, new mule project. And let's call this as flights app. Name of the project we are going to create is flights app and then click finish. So create a new project with name flights app. Okay, so over here we're going to create a flow now, which will connect to the MySQL database and will retrieve the American Airlines data. So this exercise we already did in the fundamental class, just a repetition here. So go to the mule palette, favorites, drag this listener, drop it over here. Go to the mule palette, favorites, drag a listener, and in the listener, we'll create a connector configuration for HTTP listener. So click on this plus button. So name is listener config protocol, host, port, and so on. Click OK. We are going with the default values. Click OK. And path here /flight /flights. Set the path to /flights and save the changes. Okay, so that's the listener path. Now go to the process section. We're going to add a set variable here. So go to the code section. Go to the code section. Okay, drag a set variable. Drag a set variable and drop it over here in the process section. And the set variable, the name of the variable is code. Okay, display name also change it to code. So we're going to pass the destination code so that we can filter the data based on the destination code. And this destination code, we're going to pass it while sending the request. So come back to the ARC, click on new tab. In the ARC, click on new tab. Okay, so we're going to set the request URL here, localhost colon 8081 /flights is the path. Endpoint is /flights and I'll pass a query parameter code equal to LX. So this is the request I'm going to hit now. Okay, we are passing a query parameter called as code equal to LX. Means we want to filter the data based on LX destination. So this I'm going to capture now in a variable. So I'll write a data expression to get this code value. Okay, so come back to the set variable. Name is code. So here we're going to write expression attributes dot query params dot code. Okay, so when this expression is executed, it will retrieve this value LX. We capture this value LX and we are storing in this variable. Save the changes. And this code, we're going to pass it to the database select query now to retrieve only specific destination flights. Okay, so now head over to the mule palette. Okay, let me paste this expression in the chat. Head over to the mule palette and go to the add modules. Click on add modules and locate database connector. Okay, so drag this database connector, drop it to the left side in the mule palette, in the blue area. Add the database connector to the current project. And in the database connector, we are interested in the database select operation. So drag this database select operation and drop it over here. So add this database module and we're going to perform this select operation. database select, drag and drop it over here. Okay, so now go to the properties, database select properties. So we have to create a database connector configuration over here, and then we're going to write the query to retrieve the American Airlines data. So go to the connector configuration, click on this plus button, click on this plus button. So name is database underscore config, connection, change this to MySQL connection. Change this to MySQL connection. Okay, so we are connecting to the American database. Okay, so we need to add the latest JDBC driver. So click on this configure button next to it, configure button, and select the first option, add recommended libraries. Okay, so this library 5.1.48 will be added to your current project. It will be added to your local repository. Okay, so make sure you see this green tick mark here. Once the driver is added, this dependency added, you should see a green tick mark. Then go to the next section, connection section, host. Set the host to iltdb.learn.mulesoft.com. Okay, so let me give you this in the chat. This is the host name. And port, the default port is 3306 for MySQL database. User is Mule and password is also Mule. And set the database name to training and do a test connection and just ensure your test connection works. Okay, so test connection is successful at my end. Okay, click OK everyone. Click OK again. Okay, so that's the database configuration. Now go to the next section, query section. Let's write the query here. Select star from, name of the table is American, all lowercase. So table name is case sensitive here. So pass it in lowercase. And I'm going to add the where clause here, where there is a column called as to airport in the database in this table. And I'm going to check if where to airport equal to colon DST. And this DST, I'm going to pass it in the input parameter. So I'm creating an input parameter called as DST, or I'm going to call this as input underscore DST. And let's initialize this input underscore DST in the next section, okay, in the below section. So click FX here. So I'll pass this input parameter in the JSON object. Input underscore destination colon, it's a key value pair colon, and the value is this one. So already we have captured that code variable, the code we are passing here. So we are saying code is LX. So we captured this value and we stored in this variable. So now code is having the value LX and I'm going to use it over here. So I'm going to set it to vars.code. So vars.code means LX. So LX is initialized in this input underscore DST and I'm passing it to the query. So I'm going to send this query in the chat and also the input parameters. Save the changes. Okay, so just make sure there are no errors in the database select operation. So with this database select, it will connect to the MySQL database and it will execute this query and it will retrieve all the data specific to LX destination. And the data which is written by the database select, it is in the Java format. So it cannot be converted into the response. So we're going to add a transform message to return the JSON object. So after this database select, go to favorites, drag a transform message. drag a transform message and drop it next to the database select operation. And in the transform message, we are going to write a script to return the payload in the JSON format. So output change it to JSON and remove these two curly braces and set the expression to payload. Okay, so final output is in the JSON payload. So save the changes. Now we'll go forward and we'll run this project. Okay. Okay, so if your project is deployed successfully, come back to the ARC and execute this URL. So it's a get method. Okay. Send this request. I'm pasting the URL in the chat window, request URL. And just ensure all the flights data returned as a response. If you see the flights data, please leave a green check mark. Yeah, so application is deployed successfully. Let me hit a request. Okay, so 200 okay, and all the flights data going to LAX destination. So we are filtering based on this destination code. So only LAX flights has returned as a response. Okay, so now we're gonna generate a M unit test suite for this project automatically. We're gonna use a M unit test recorder to generate the test suite for this flight safe and app flow. Automatically, it's gonna be generated using the test recorder. So green check mark. If you got this output, everyone, 200 okay, all the flights data returned as a response. Okay, so then head over to the flight-app flow. Okay, go to this flow name. Do a right click on this flow name. Do a right click on this flow name and then select M unit, and go to this option, record test for this flow. Record test for this flow. Do a right click on your flow name, M unit, record test for this flow. Okay, so select this option. So we're gonna stop the existing instance. Okay, so it is launching the test recording now. Okay, so behind the scenes, it will deploy our application to Mule runtime, and then it will show a pop-up. Okay, it will show a pop-up now, waiting for the input data. Okay, so just wait for my instructions. Okay, if you see that pop-up, just hold on and wait for my next instructions. Once the application is deployed successfully, it's gonna show a pop-up to give the input data. Okay, if you don't see the pop-up, then you have to restart your Anypoint Studio. Okay, it's deployed successfully. And make sure you see this pop-up, everyone, waiting for input data. Waiting for the input data. Okay, so if you see this pop-up, then you have to head over to the ARC, come back to the ARC, hit a request, same request. Okay, so send the request and just ensure you got the response back over here. Okay, so the same response, all the flights data going to LX destination returned as a response. So now come back here. So this test recorder, just observe this configuration test is enabled now. So input is recorded and this button is enabled. So go forward and click on the configure test button. Click on this configure test button. Okay, it will open up this UI and where you can set your file name. So the new test suite it's going to generate now. Name of the test file you want to create. So we're gonna go with the same name, flights-app-test. Okay, then click on next button. Click on next button. So now you're gonna say what kind of actions you want to do in your test. Okay, so in your flow, this flights-app flow, you have code, select, transform, message. So what kind of actions you want to perform on this processor? Okay, so for code, select the code, and we want to spy this processor. Okay, so I'm gonna select the spy this processor, select this radio. So we want to spy on this code processor, the set variable. We want to spy this set variable. So next is select. On the left side, click on select. And this is a database operation. So we're going to mark this process. It's external dependency for this flights app. We're going to mark this database select operation. So we want to mark the payload and also variables. Then click on transform message. Transform message. Transform message also we want to spy this processor. Spy this processor. Okay, so before transform message, we are validating the payload, and after transform message also we are validating the payload. Then click next. Then click next. Okay, so here it is giving you the summary of the test that will be automatically generated for your project. So in the behavior section, it's going to add mock, spy processor. Execution section, it is making a call to the your flights have an app flow, and then validation, it's going to add to the assertions and verify. So now click finish. A new test suite will be automatically generated based on the input you have passed. Okay, so look at my screen, flights-app-test suite. This is automatically generated when you do the test recording. Okay, so look at the execution section. Execution section, we have a flow reference which is making a call to this flights-app. And in the behavior section, we are marking the select operation because it's a external dependency. Okay, so let me show you the mark when processor. So process is database select attribute name, and it is returning a output here, and output it is reading from this DWL file. So this DWL file is also created for you. So go to the SRC test resources and you will see the DWL file. So flight have an flow test here, right? All the data which is written, it is provided in this DWL file. Okay, so it is marking payload.dwl. So look, open this one. So it's going to return this dummy output. So when you mark that processor database select, so it will return this dummy output. So there are 3 flight objects which is returned as a response when you mark that select operation. So this was automatically generated by the test recorder. Then we are spying the transform message, and before you spy that, we are checking, we are validating the payload. Okay, so go to the asset payload. Okay, so over here we are comparing the payload with this expression. So it is calling payload attributes. So spy assert payload, it is calling this DWL file. Spy assert payload. Open this up and it is comparing with this value. So actually it is having three objects, it is returned as a response and we are comparing with the same three objects. So your test suite will run successfully. Then we have spy code. Okay, let me go back to the, okay, I think I have closed that file. Hold on, let me open my test suite again. So next we are spying on the destination code. And before you call that processor, you are validating the payload here. And after the code is invoked, again you are validating the payload. And in the validation section, it is checking the payload. It is comparing the actual payload with the expected value. And it is verifying if the transform message is invoked once and also for the code destination. So this is about the M unit test recorder. Okay, so that's the end of module 4.
Shubha,
Yes.
can you repeat these steps for test recorder once again?
Test recorder. I have to watch your screen, Pranali. Okay, can I look at your screen? Okay.
Yeah, actually I got stuck in database only.
Mm-hmm. Hold on, I'll pass the control to you.
Yeah, is it visible?
Yes, yes. We can see your screen.
So what is the
Training.
database?
Database name is training. T
Okay,
R A I N I N G. Just type it over there. Training.
yes, yes.
Yeah, click OK. All good. Yeah, click OK. Yeah, stop the project and rerun. Okay.
Okay,
Yeah, it's deployed. Send a request. Yeah.
yeah,
Okay, this is the expected output. Now do a right click on that flow name on the top. Flow
okay,
name. Yeah, right click over here. M unit. Last one. Record test for this flow. Click yes. Okay, it's gonna take a while. Again, your application will be redeployed
okay.
and it will show you a pop-up. Okay, so we're gonna wait here till that pop-up is visible. Okay, it will show a pop-up now. Let's wait.
Yeah.
Not sure why it is not coming up. Maybe you have to restart your studio. Let's do
Okay.
one thing. Let me finish the last part, last topic,
Yeah,
then I'll
sure.
help you out before the lunch break. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So
Thank
just
you.
by restarting this studio, right, it's gonna show up that pop-up, and you can pass the input data, and you will create the test suite automatically. Okay. So I'm gonna
Okay.
help you out after this last topic is done. Okay. I'm taking the control back from you, Anali. So I'm going to open up the module 3 slides now because I have skipped one topic in the last class. So let's complete that last topic in the module 3. Okay, let me open up the slides of module 3. Yeah, I'm starting the slideshow. So extracting reusable mule application code into a library. Okay, so we're going to head out to our check-in PAPI project, and we're going to identify the common functionality in the check-in PAPI project, which can be moved into a separate project. Like we're going to create a library style here, library style mule plugin, which will contain all the common code which can be used in the multiple projects. Okay, so let me go back to the check-in PAPI project. Okay, so I'm going to close this project. Okay, flights-app, close it, close this project, and open up this check-in PAPI project. Okay, so in the check-in PAPI project, we have moved all our error handlers to error.xml file. And also we created this health.xml file to check the liveness and readiness of that application. Okay, so this is going to be common for all the APIs you're going to build in that organization. So in the any airline organization, as of now, we have created check-in PAPI. And going forward, if you are creating flight management system or PayPal system, even we have to check the health of that application for flight management or for the passenger data system. Even the flight management system going to have error handlers. So instead of keeping error handlers in each and every API, so we're going to move this code, this common code into a library. And that library will be imported back into this check-in PAPI project or in the flight management system API. So instead of creating error handlers in each and every API, we're going to move this code, this health.xml and error.xml, all the error handlers and the checking the health of the application. This code, we're going to move it into a separate project. We're going to call it as apps-comments. And we'll create a library by using this common functionality. And then this check-in by PAPI will import that library, that apps-common library over here. We're going to import that library so that we can avoid writing this error handler code or checking the health of the application. Okay, so that is the extracting reusable mule application code into the library. So we're going to extract the common code into the common library so that each and every project which is created in that any airline can use this one. Okay, so what is a common code we are going to expose? We are going to we are going to write the common code for exposing the liveness and readiness and also the error handlers at this point. So like Java classes, mule artifact can be shared and reused across the project. So you can create a library which will have the error handlers, global configuration, database script. And this library will act like a Maven dependency again. We are creating a plugin, which will act like a Maven artifact again, which can be imported back into other project. So we are doing this last walkthrough, the module through. We're going to identify the reusable Mule application code, and we'll create a library with that common functionality, and then we're going to import that library into our check-in Papi project. And at the end, we're going to deploy our artifact to Exchange, okay, as a custom asset. So come back to the studio, everyone. Come back to the studio and open up your form.xml file, form.xml file and parent form. Okay, so go to the bomb.xml file, get this to full screen, go to your bomb.xml file and this group ID, because later we're going to publish this asset to the exchange. So we're going to set the group ID to our org ID value. So open up your production ready document where we already saved our org ID over there. So go to your C drive, workspace, and let me open this text document. I don't know what did I do. Let me delete this workspace. Okay, so I'm all good. Okay, so I'm going to edit this file. So open up your text document, and this is the org ID value. So copy from here, copy your org ID value, org ID or your group ID value. Copy this value from the text document and you're going to paste it over here in the bomb.xml file. Group ID, replace this value with your org ID value. Replace this with your org ID value. Okay, so now scroll down a bit in the bomb.xml file and try to locate student deployment ID. Try to locate this property, student deployment ap.org ID. Or you can search for this one. Search for student.deployment and locate this property. And this also you're gonna replace this $aa.ap.org ID. Replace this with the org ID value. Replace this also with your org ID value. And save the changes. And then go to the parent POM. Then open up your parent POM. Open up your parent POM, and in the parent POM, we're going to make two changes here. In the parent tag, group ID, replace with your org ID value. The parent tag, replace your group ID with your org ID value. And there is one more group ID outside the parent tag. Over here also, you're going to replace it. Okay, so two places we're going to change group ID. One inside the parent tag, one outside the parent tag. Okay. Save the changes. Save the changes. Then go to your child POM. Go to your child POM. Just hover on it to make sure it is your child POM. And over here also in the parent tag, change this to group ID. This is not needed, okay? Because we are not going to publish check-in Papi, okay? So this is not needed. Just only the parent tag replace with your org ID. Okay, so now come back to the terminal, everyone. Come back to the command prompt window. So make sure you are in the C drive workspace. This is your workspace name and the project is check-in Papi. And if you do a dir here, run this command and you got all your POM files here, POM, parent, POM, BOM. So let's install this parent POM and BOM into the repository so that it can be used by the multiple projects. Okay, so I'm gonna paste the command to install first BOM into the local repo. Okay, so go forward and execute this command, everyone, to install BOM into your local repo. MVN install command. So run this command. Okay, so it will create a directory structure. based on your bomb.xml, your group ID is one, so it will create a folder with this group ID, and then inside that you will have artifact ID and version. So it will translate this into a directory structure, and your bomb will be installed in your local repo. So build is success. It just took few seconds. Okay. So build is success. So your bomb is installed now. Now we'll go forward. We'll install parent bomb as well. So I'm pasting this in the chat for everyone. Okay, so install your parent POM. In the parent POM also we change the group ID. So it's going to create a directory structure based on your group ID, and parent POM will be installed in your local repo. Okay, so build is successful. Build is successful. So parent POM is also installed successfully. Now let's build this check-in PAPI project. Okay, so I'm going to paste the command. We're going to perform the verify. Okay, so this is the next command we're going to execute, maven clean verify. Just execute or run this command, maven clean verify. And make sure you're checking PAPI project build is successful. So I need a green check mark if all the three commands have been executed successfully at your end. Okay, so check in PAPI, the build is also successful. So I need a green check mark if you're all good till this point. Yeah, thank you, Samiran. Is anybody else tried this one? Okay, thank you, Pranali. Yeah, thank you, Santan. Okay, so now come back to the studio, everyone. Okay, just refresh this project and make sure there are no errors or there are no conflicts in your pom.xml file. Okay. Okay, so run your check-in PAPI project just to make sure nothing is broken here. Hold on. I'll go to the error.xml and I'll run the project, run check-in PAPI project. Okay, so after this is done, after it is deployed successfully, then we're gonna create a library. Okay, so I'll be right back, guys. Let me get some water. Just 2 minutes, I'll be right back. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm back. Okay, so deployment is still going on. So if your deployment is successful, just hit a request. Okay, so you're going to perform a put method here. Hit a request and make sure your payment ID is returned as a response. Now it is your child POM is referring to your parent POM and POM file, and we have installed it into the local repo. Let me show you in the local repo .m2. Go to your local repo, and we have created a group ID here. The folder is created with your org ID, and over here, see, we have installed this BOM and parent POM. So we changed our group ID and we reinstalled our parent and POM to this folder now. Start with your group ID. Okay, so deployment is successful. I'm hitting a request. I'm just going to verify if the payment ID is returned as a response. Okay, so green check mark. If this is fine, then we're going to create a library. So let's first identify what is a common functionality here. This error.xml and health.xml. So this can be used for all the APIs you're going to build in that organization, because we want to check the health of the application. So this code, we're going to move it into the separate project. So rather than keeping in each and every API, we're going to move and we'll extract this functionality and we're going to move it into a common library. Okay, so now let's create a new project. Okay, so just minimize this. Do not close your check-in puppy. Minimize your check-in puppy project. Then head over to the file. Okay, I'm going to close all these files for a moment to avoid the confusion. Close all these files and minimize your check-in puppy. Then head over to the file, new, mule project, file, new, mule project, and let's call this as apps hyphen commons. So we are creating a library with this project name apps hyphen commons, and then click finish. Click finish. So created a new project with name apps hyphen common. And this apps hyphen commons, go to the src main mule. This apps hyphen common.xml. This is not needed, so you can go forward and delete it. So this is not needed anymore. So you can delete this apps hyphen commons. Okay, so delete apps-commons XML file, because we are not going to use that file. Now minimize this apps-commons, minimize this project apps-commons, and then expand check-in papi, and copy this error and health. Select error and health, copy both the files, copy this error and health, then minimize your check-in papi, expand your apps-common, and paste it in the src main view. Paste it in the src main mule in the apps-commons project. Okay, it is throwing an error. We're gonna fix that error in a moment. So src main mule, make sure you have error.xml and health.xml. So we copied from check-in poppy and we pasted it over here. Okay, so we're gonna rename this both the files now. So do a right click on error.xml, apps-commons project. Do a right click over here, refactor, rename, and rename this to error-common. Error-common.xml file. So rename this to error-common.xml file. Click OK. Okay, let's rename this health also. So health.xml file, refactor, rename, health.xml file. Do a right click, refactor, rename, and rename this to health-common.xml file. Health-common.xml file. Click OK. Okay, so open up this health-common.xml file, because it is having some errors. So it is showing some errors. Open this up. Okay, so over here in the listener, double click on the listener. Okay, so this is missing. This dependency is missing. That's the reason it is throwing an error. So remember, if this apps hyphen common, this library, if any project is using this library, that project responsibility is to provide this connector configuration. So that project will provide the logic for this connector configuration. So to resolve this error, what I'm going to do now, so I'll go to the SRC manual and we will create a stub.xml file here. Go to SRC manual, do a right click over here, say new mule configuration file. So we are creating just a stub and we are not going to include this stub in the jar file, okay? So file name, create this as stub. Click finish, click finish. Click finish. And in the stub.xml file, open this up onto the canvas, go to the global elements, go to the global elements, and let's create a dependency. HTTP listener dependency over here. Global elements. So click on this create button. Click on this create button and search for HTTP listener config. Search for HTTP listener config. Select this entry and the name set it to API HTTP listener config. Okay, so we are creating a global element or we are creating a configuration to set this dependency. I'm pasting the name in the chat. Please go with the same naming convention. Name is this one. And these are the default values, port, host, okay, port and so on. Click OK. Now just observe this health-common.xml, that error will be resolved. Save all the changes. Save all the changes. Okay, now all the errors have been resolved. So go to the health-common.xml and check the listener. Go to the health-common.xml file, API live is the flow. Open up this listener. Now that error is resolved. That error is resolved. So go to the configuration XML view in the health-common. Configuration XML view. So get this to full screen. So remember we have a API live flow here and API ready flow, which is checking the liveness and readiness of that application. And this API ready, it is invoking a check all dependency. It is invoking this subflow. So this particular code is going to be different for each and every API we are going to build in that organization. Means for check-in Papi going to check the dependencies like flight management system, passenger data system, and so on. And if this library has to be used in the multiple project, then that particular project who is going to use this library, that project should provide this functionality, because this is going to be different for each and every project we are creating. Each and every API we are going to create in that organization. So we're going to cut this line. So whoever is using this library, they have to provide the logic for check all dependencies are alive as well. So cut this code. Cut this code. Okay, it's gonna throw an error. No worries, we can ignore this error and paste it in a notepad, or you can go to your stub and paste it over there. Okay, so cut the code for check all dependencies. That subflow code. Cut it and paste it in the stub XML view. Go to the stub.xml. Switch to the configuration XML view and you're gonna paste it over here. Just above the mule tags. No need to generate the doc ID. Just paste it over here. Now save all the changes. Save all the changes and come out of the full screen and ensure there are no errors in your apps-common. No errors in the apps-commons. So we have cut this code from health common and we pasted in this stub. And we don't want this stub to be part of this jar file. So we're going to move this stub to SRC test resources. Only this SRC, your source code will be packaged into a jar file. This test will not be part of your jar file, your deployable archive. So this stub.xml, we're going to move this into the SRC test resources. So what this stub.xml file contain? It contains this global element and this check all dependency. Okay, so we have to understand here the API which is going to use this library, that API responsibility is to provide this logic, this listener config, and also this check all dependency. Okay, so now move this stub.xml file. So I'm going to copy and paste it in the resources, and then I'll come back and delete it. So we're going to move this stub.xml file to src test resources. Okay, so paste it over here, then come back here and delete it. And save all the changes and ensure there are no errors in your apps-comments. No errors in the apps-comments. Okay, so if you're good till this point, then we're going to open up the pom.xml file for this apps-comments. Apps-comments, open pom.xml file. Just hover on it and make sure it is apps-comments pom.xml file. Just hover on the top and check if it is apps-comments pom.xml file. So get this to full screen. And this apps-comments also going to inherit everything from the parent pom. So we are saying this apps-comments pom.xml file, parent is parent-pom.xml file. So we're going to add a parent tag to refer to that, parent pom file. Okay, so I'm going to minimize this pom.xml file. Just come out of the full screen. And I'll copy that parent tag from check-in Papi project pom.xml file. I'll copy and paste it over here. Because check-in Papi is also inheriting everything from the parent pom. Okay, so now minimize this apps-common and expand check-in flights, check-in Papi, I'm sorry, and open the pom.xml file of check-in Papi. This is your check-in Papi pom.xml file. Just be careful, okay? Don't get confused here. This is your check-in Papi. Just hover on it to see the name. So go to your check-in Papi pom.xml file. Get this to full screen. Check-in Papi pom.xml. Get it to full screen and copy this parent tag. Copy this parent tag and paste it in the apps-comments. Because both gonna refer to the same parent pom. Okay, so paste it over here in the pom.xml. Paste it just below this model version. So paste your parent tag. Okay, so this apps-common pom.xml is inheriting everything from the parent pom. Now let's remove all the common project setting because it should come from the parent pom. So we're gonna take out the common settings which is already there in the parent pom. So scroll down. This is the group ID. So group ID, change this com.mycompany. So change the group ID over here. So copy this group ID in the parent tag and paste it over here. Okay, so paste it over here. So meaning here your apps-commons, it is identified with this asset. And your apps-common will be also installed inside the local repo in that group ID, the group ID folder. Okay, so artifact ID apps-common version, packaging. Packaging is Mule-application only, name, apps-common. Now go to the properties section. So these properties, remember, we already specified in the parent BOM or in the BOM file. So already there in the BOM file. So we can take this out. Okay, so remove all these properties. Okay, now go to the build section. In the build section, so first plugin is Maven clean plugin. So it is not needed. So you can remove this entire plugin. Maven clean plugin. Maven clean plugin. Remove this plugin. Okay, take this out. So there is one more plugin, Mule-Maven plugin. You are using this Mule-Maven plugin. And over here, we're going to specify the classifier. We are saying this apps-common. It is a library style we are building. So we have to specify the classifier here. Okay. We're going to add the configuration tag here. And inside this, add the classifier tag. Classifier tag, and the classifier is mule-plugin. Mule-plugin. So I'm going to paste this in the chat window.
Shiva, there is a spelling mistake in classifier.
Yeah, okay, I'm so sorry. I'll take this from the manual otherwise. Yeah. Thank you. So configuration, classifier. Yeah. Now there are no typo. Okay. So I have pasted in the chat for everyone. Okay, so this is a library we are creating. So the classifier is mule-plugin. Means it will generate a jar of type plugin. Okay, so that it can be reused across multiple projects. So now move on to the dependency section. Go to the dependency section. So first dependency we got here is HTTP connector. So this version should come from the parent POM or BOM. Okay, so you can comment out this version. Control-Shift/. And this socket dependency is not needed at all. So you can remove this. Okay, take this out, sockets. And repositories, this also will come from the parent POM. So you can take out the repository and plug in repositories. Repository, plug in repository, remove this, save the changes. Okay, so let me come out of the full screen. Now we'll go back to the command prompt window and we'll build this apps-common project. So we're going to build this apps-common project. Okay, so come back to the terminal, everyone. Come back to your command prompt window. Okay, so we are in the check-in PAPI project folder. Okay, so we're going to go back one level, cd dot dot, go back one level and do a dir here. And we have apps-common. So we're going to navigate to apps-common, apps-commons. So just type apps and then press tab key for suggestions. Okay, cd apps-commons. Okay, so make sure you are in the apps-commons. Okay, then we're gonna build this project. Okay, mvn clean. Okay, so I'm gonna copy this from the manual. Okay, I'm pasting in the chat. So mvn clean install, because we want to install this apps-common into the repository so that check-in PAPI can use it. Check-in PAPI project can use it, can use this library. So we are executing this install command so that we can install this apps-commons into our local repository. And we are using a switch here -d skip AST validation. Okay, so what this switch will do, it will skip all the validation because our library is incomplete, right? We haven't provided this logic over here in our library, this global element. So global element logic is missing, and also the check-in dependencies, that flow is also missing. So that's the reason we are adding this switch so that it will skip the validations. Okay, so go forward and execute this command and just ensure your build is successful, and it will install your apps-commons into the local repo. Okay, at this point we are doing everything in the local repo. Then we'll go forward, we'll deploy this, we'll publish this asset to the exchange. Okay, once it is working, everything locally fine, then we're going to publish this assets. Oh, build is failure, fail to clean the project. Okay, let me remove that clean. Okay, execute mvn install command and pass that switch to skip the validation. Okay, so this command which we executed, the build is successful. This will install your app7 common project into your local repository. So once the build is successful, come back to your local repo and just check it over here. Local M2 repository in the group ID. Now we have app7 commons. So this library is available in your local repo. You can use it in any projects which are created in the same any airline organization. Okay, so now our library is ready. Let's use it in the check-in PAPI project. Let's use this library in the check-in PAPI project. So come back to the studio. Come back to the studio. Okay, so this health common, I'm going to close it for a while. And this app-commons pom.xml also close it. So this is your check-in PAPI pom.xml file. So keep this open. Now expand your check-in PAPI. Expand your check-in PAPI. Okay, so if you want to use that library, right, apps-common, we have to add it as a dependency in the check-in PAPI pom.xml file. Okay, we're going to add that apps-common dependency in the pom.xml file. So I'm going to paste the dependency tag now. So go open up your child pom.xml file from your check-in PAPI project. Just hover on it and make sure it is check-in PAPI pom.xml file. Go to the dependency section. If you want to use that library, it should be added as a dependency over here. Okay, so I'll paste the lines in the chat window, the dependency tag. I'm sharing this in the chat window. So this is available in your BOM also. If you open up your BOM, it's available over there also. Let me show it in the BOM.xml file. I'm going to search for apps-common. So this is the version. Okay, so here I have the dependency. I have copied this line and I have pasted in the chat for you. It's using student deployment ID. We already updated student deployment ID with our org ID value on the top. So I have pasted these lines. Okay, so go to your child POM, your check-in PAPI, child POM, and you're going to paste it in the dependency section. So just paste it at the end, above this end tag. Above the dependencies end tag, you're going to paste the dependency tag. Oh, I'm so sorry. Let me copy it again. And also fix your indentation. Save the changes. Save the changes. So no need to pass the version tag. Versions will come from the BOM. In the BOM.xml already we have pasted the version for the apps-common. So it is coming from the BOM. Okay. Okay, so go to open up any XML file here, api.xml file or a health.xml file, and make sure you see the dependency in the mule palette. Apps-common, now it is added as a dependency. So by adding the entry in the pom.xml file in the dependency section, now it is added to your project. Okay, let's perform a Maven build. Okay, so come back to the command prompt window, everyone. So after you have verified here, apps-common, it is now added to your project. So come back to the command prompt window. So we are in the apps-commons, right? Let's go back to the check-in PAPI folder. cd dot dot to go one level back and then navigate to cd check-in PAPI project. And over here, we're gonna execute the command to build this project. Okay, Maven clean, verify. So I think I have this command already pasted in the chat. Hold on, let me check in the chat. Yeah, so go forward and execute this command. Okay, so this is the next command we are going to run. So we are building this check-in PAPI project. So once this build is successful, your app safe and commons is ready. We're going to use that library in the check-in puppy. Okay, so build is successful. Your check-in puppy project build is successful. So now come back to the studio. Our app safe and common is ready. Let's use this in the check-in puppy. So go to your check-in puppy project, open this error.xml file and health.xml file onto the canvas. Health and error. So go to the error.xml file. All these error handlers which you see here, all these error handlers already there in the apps-com. So go to the configuration XML view, configuration XML view, configuration XML view. So delete everything, this error handler. Okay, so start from here, error handler name, because all these error handlers are already there in the apps-commons project. We are using that library here. Okay, so we imported that library. Let's use that library here. So you can remove all these error handlers. So it start with error handler tag and delete till this end error handler tag. Okay, so remove all this. Okay, remove all this. So this is what you got after you deleted that code. And over here, we want to use that error handlers which we specified in the apps-commons library. Okay, so to use those error handlers which are defined in the apps-common, we're going to write a import statement, import file equal to, and the file name is error-common.xml file. And add a end tag. So I'm going to paste this in the chat. Okay, so let me give this in the chat. So meaning here, we imported that library and we are using error-common.xml file in the library. So save these changes. Okay, so then go to the health.xml file, XML view. Switch to the XML view. Switch to the XML view. Okay, so this flow, alive, API ready, these are already there in your health-common.xml file. So you can take out this code because this is already there in the health-common.xml file. We already exposed alive endpoint and ready endpoint over there. So you can delete this code. Flow name alive, flow name API ready. So delete this code. Hold on, let me delete this one. Okay, so just keep this subflow. Delete the API, alive and API end. Okay, I think I have to stop the project. Okay, hold on. Let me go to the console. Stop the project, everyone. Okay, now let me get this to full screen. So in the health, we're going to use that health-common.xml file. So just above this subflow, we're going to write the import statement again. Import file and instead of error, set this to health. Health-common.xml file. And this check-in PAPI will write the logic to check the dependencies over here. To check all the external dependencies, we're going to write the logic over here. That logic is not implemented in the health-common. So the API which is going to use that library should provide the logic for your check all dependency. So save these changes. Save these changes. So come out of the full screen. So we imported that library in the check-in PAPI. In the check-in PAPI, we imported that library and we are using that library for error and the health. Okay, so now we'll go forward. We'll run this project and we'll make sure the build is successful and we'll send a request from ARC to ensure this is working fine. And if you hover on this, the version is 1.0.0 hyphen snapshot. Just hover on this apps hyphen common. We are using the snapshot version. So if your build is successful, go to the ARC. If your deployment is successful, go to ARC, hit a request to the check-in endpoint, make sure the payment ID returned as a response. And also you're gonna hit the alive and the readiness endpoint. Okay. I think this is the one. Yeah, this is the alive. So hit a request to alive also and make sure it is returning the response back. So I'm still waiting. The deployment is not yet done. Okay, so check-in PAPI, project deployment successful. Let me hit a request. So first I'm going to hit the check-in endpoint. Payment ID is returned as a response. Then I'm going to hit the alive endpoint and it is returned. The response is returned and also hit the request to ready endpoint. Okay. So send the request and make sure everything is working fine. So green check mark if you have followed my instructions, all good till this point. Okay, so now we're going to discuss the last part of this walkthrough to deploy your artifacts to Exchange as a custom asset. Yeah, thank you, Pranali. Anybody else is doing the walkthroughs with me? Yeah, thank you, Sayantan. Okay. Okay, so now we're going to publish. Everything is available locally now. Okay, so locally it is working fine. We have added our apps and common projects to our local repository. Okay, so this BOM and parent BOM also installed to your local repo. Now this check-in PAPI is using this apps common as a library, and also this check-in PAPI is referring to this parent BOM and BOM file. So everything is working fine in your local repository. So now we'll go forward and we'll deploy our assets or we'll publish our asset to the exchange. Okay, so we have tested locally and it is working fine. Now we're going to move our artifacts to the exchange. We're going to publish our artifacts to the exchange. So while publishing the asset to the exchange, right, in the bomb.xml file, We're going to use this profile. Okay, let me go to the profile section. Okay, so we'll deploy first our bomb.xml file with this profile. Deploy to Exchange v3 is the profile name. So it is doing two things here. First, it's going to check if any errors are there, any compilation errors in the bomb.xml file, and then it's going to execute the next goal. Sorry, pre-deploy means it's going to check all the validation, and then it will deploy your asset to the exchange. And scroll down to the distribution management. Okay, distribution management. Okay, so distribution management, it's basically your repository where your asset will be published. So you can publish your asset to your private exchange. Private exchange, the account, the trial account which we created in the last class. So log into your Anypoint platform. Log into your Anypoint platform, everyone, with your credentials. Okay. Okay, so now we're going to publish our asset to our private exchange. So to publish this asset, we're going to use this distribution management. Okay, so we are publishing to this Anypoint exchange v3 deployment means we are publishing to our asset to our exchange. Okay, we are using v3 here. Okay, so we have to add this entry in the setting.xml file if you want to publish your asset. So open up your setting.xml file, everyone. So go to your local repo, go to your M2 repository and edit this setting.xml file. And we'll add a server entry. So we can create a connected app feature or you can directly pass the credentials. Okay, so I'm sending this information in the chat or we can copy paste the same thing over here. Okay. So I'm adding one more entry. Adding this new entry over here. So ID is Anypoint hyphen exchange hyphen v3 dot deployment. Okay, so I'm pasting it here, or let me make changes and then I'm gonna paste it everything. I'm gonna paste this whole thing. Okay, so this is the ID and username. You can use your username and password. Okay. And save the changes. Save your setting.xml file. So we added this entry because we want to publish our asset to this Anypoint exchange. We have to provide the credentials to connect to our private exchange to publish our assets. Okay, settings.xml, please save it. Now come back to your bomb.xml file. Come back to your bomb.xml file. And let's remove that snapshot version. Okay, so go to the top, and remove this bomb.xml. This is the identity of that asset, group ID, artifact ID, and version. So go to the version and remove this hyphen snapshot. So we want to publish the asset with this version 1.0.0. So remove this hyphen snapshot. So locate the version tag and remove this hyphen snapshot. Okay, so remove the snapshot version. Okay, so scroll down to the properties section, everyone, and make sure you have this type property because we are publishing this as a custom asset. So we have to add this tag. Okay, it's already set, just confirm this one. Type is set to custom. Okay, so over here in the same properties section, search for apps-commons. Okay, apps-commons is the tag. Yeah, over here I found it, apps-commons-version, the properties section. Over here also remove this snapshot version. So apps-commons also you're going to set it to 1.0.0. Okay, so now go to your POM, parent POM. Okay, so let me open my parent POM. parent POM. Okay, get this to full screen, your parent POM. So in the parent POM also, we're gonna remove the snapshot words in the parent tag. Remove the snapshot word, the version tag, and go to the group ID, artifact ID version. So over here also you're gonna remove this snapshot word. Okay, so come out of the full screen. Now open up the apps-commons pom.xml file. Apps-commons pom.xml file. Okay, so in the apps-commons, just hover on it. It is apps-commons pom.xml file. Here also we have added this parent tag to refer to the parent POM, right? Remove this snapshot word. Remove that snapshot word, okay? And in the apps-commons also, the version tag, remove this word. At line number 30. Okay, save all the changes, everyone. Save all the changes. In the parent POM also, we need to add that tag, okay, which says it's a custom asset. Okay, so go to the parent POM. So we missed this step. So go to your parent POM, go to the property section, and over here also we're gonna add that type property. Okay, so add this type property and set the type to custom. Set the type to custom. Save all the changes now. Save all the changes. So next is to deploy or publish our asset to the exchange. Okay, so click on save all button. Save all the changes. So did we do changes? Okay, no worries. Okay, so come back to the terminal. So first we're going to publish our bomb to the private exchange. Okay, so I'm pasting the command in the chart. I'm copying it from the manual. Okay, so go forward and execute this command every mvn deploy. Okay, so pasting the command over here. So we are publishing bomb.xml file and we are using a profile here -p deploy to exchange with. Okay, so run this command and we're going to verify if the asset is published to the exchange. Okay, so if your build is successful, just verify in the exchange. Okay, refresh the exchange browser page and you should see that asset solutions-bomb asset. So mine is still going on. Okay, so green check mark if your build is successful. Okay, so it may take a while. Just wait here. Yeah, thank you, Prashant. Still downloading the dependencies. Yeah, so publication status is completed. Okay, so finally it is done. So I'm gonna verify in the exchange now. So let me refresh this page and I should see this asset solutions-bomb. Okay, so next step is to publish our parent form to the exchange. So come back to the terminal again and let me paste the command in the chat. Same command, just we're gonna replace bomb with the parent bomb. Okay, so take it from the chat window, everyone. So you're gonna run this command now. Maven deploy parent pom.xml and we are using the same profile. Okay, so let's run this command to publish parent pom to the private exchange.
Shiva, this asset that we publish,
Mm-hmm.
over on that on Exchange and try to download it, I was not getting an option yesterday.
Mm-hmm. Let's finish everything, then I'll show you how to download it. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, so build is success. So I'm gonna verify here. Okay, so parent pom asset is also published. Okay, so green check mark. If you see both the assets published to the exchange successfully, then come back to the terminal, everyone. So we are in the check-in PAPI, right? So go back to the apps-common project. Okay, sorry, cd dot dot. So go one level back, then say cd apps-commons. So make sure you are in the apps-commons. Then we're going to deploy our apps-common project also. Means we want to publish apps-common library also to the exchange. Maven deploy, and we're going to use this switch again because this apps-commons having some incomplete validations. Okay, that library is incomplete. So Maven deploy means it will publish this apps-common library also to the exchange. Maven deploy. Hold on, I'm pasting in the chat. Okay, Maven deploy -d skip AST validation. Okay, so this is also done successfully. Let me verify in the exchange. So I would request everyone to stay on mute. I think some background noise coming up. Please stay on mute, everyone. So we publish this apps-common also to the exchange. So now this apps-commons can be used in your project. We can use this apps-common in the check-in PAPI project. Okay, so come back to the studio, everyone. Let's use that apps-commons which is present in the exchange now. So come back to your check-in PAPI project. Check-in PAPI project. Okay, so open up the check-in PAPI pom.xml file. Okay, go to your check-in PAPI pom.xml file. This is apps-common. Hold on. This is check-in PAPI pom.xml file. So go to this file, open up this pom.xml file, go to the parent tag. So in the parent tag, we're going to refer to the parent pom. So remove the snapshot version in the parent tag. Remove that snapshot word. And in the group ID also. Okay, go to the dependency section now. Go to the dependency section. Okay, so this is already the apps-commons. It is coming from the BOM, right? And in the BOM, we already removed that snapshot word. Okay, so we added this dependency. And the version tag we haven't specified, so it will come from the BOM. And in the BOM, we already set it to 1.0.0. So save all the changes, everyone. Save all the changes. Now go to your api.xml file. Okay, the apps-common. Just ensure it is 1.0.0. It is no longer snapshot version. So this is coming from your exchange. Apps-commons. Just hover on it, and the version is 1.0.0, and it is coming from the exchange now. Okay, so run your project, everyone. Run your check-in PAPI project and just ensure everything is working fine. Okay, so let me close this project and I'll reopen it. Okay, I'm gonna close the apps-common for a moment. Okay, open this project. If needed, we're gonna do the Maven build. Okay, if this is not working. So just ensure there are no errors in your problems tab. So reopen your check-in PAPI project. Open api.xml file and just ensure this is 1.0.0. Okay, I'm gonna look at the progress. Okay, so now all the errors are resolved. Do a right click and run the project. Okay, so wait until all the modules are downloaded. Okay, go to the progress view, and if all the operations are done, then you're gonna run the project.
Hey Subha, can you repeat the changes you suggested in the form.xml of check-in PAPI? I missed that part.
Yeah, sure. Check-in PAPI pom.xml, right? Just in the parent tag, I'm pointing it to 1.0.0. Remove that snapshot one.
And thereafter, what did you ask us to
Nothing.
validate in the API.xml?
No, no. Apps have Only this change, okay? Only one change here. Then reopen your project, okay? Close it and reopen the project and then go forward and run it. Okay, so deployment is successful. Let me send the request. So please look at my screen. So I'm hitting the slash check-in endpoint. Okay, payment ID is returned as a response and hitting the ready endpoint. Okay, so I got the output and also let me test the alive endpoint. Okay, so everything is working fine and that's the end of the walkthrough. Green check mark please if you followed my instructions, all good with this last walkthrough, and that's the last topic for today's session. Okay, so we completed this entire course. Okay, so we're gonna wrap up this course now. Yeah, thank you Prashant for the green check marks. So let me start the open up the wrap up slides. Okay, okay, so congratulations, we completed this AnyPoint platform production ready development practices, and I believe everyone is benefited from this training. So take the class survey. We're going to do this at the end. Okay. Your feedback is extremely valuable for us. So we're going to do it at the end. So where to go from here? So review all the course slides and student manual. This material is already provided to you all. Okay. So go to please log into your training.mulesoft.com. Please log into the training.mulesoft.com. Everyone log in with your credentials. Okay, so first let me show you how to register for a course. Okay. So take the additional Mulesoft training courses. Okay, so if you are interested, you can register for the courses provided by Mulesoft. You're going to head over to this site, training.mulesoft.com. Okay, so we have a flow design course which is going to run for 2 days, API design 2 days. And coming to the development category, we have data view and production ready integrations. So if you want to go through the certification level 2 certification exam, then you have to complete the production ready integration course as well. So how to register for this course? So come back to the training.mulesoft.com. Go to courses on the top, click on courses. Okay, so over here you can see all the courses provided by Mulesoft. So this one is self-paced free, getting started. Fundamentals is also self-paced free. API design is instructor-led. Data view is also instructor-led. So the next step you're going to attend and register yourself for this production ready development practices, integration. You completed this part A. So you're going to go forward and register yourself for this production ready integration course. So this is also a level 2 course and it's instructor led training. So what is the course content? What we are going to cover in this course? So you can click on this card to see the content. So open up this card, everyone. Production ready integration. So click on this card and you will see the summary over here. So this course is for developer. You already completed production ready. And if you want to get certified for level 2 exam, then this is mandatory. Okay, you have to attend this as well. So these are the course objectives. So what we are going to cover here. So this is the course outline. So how to invoke REST API, SOAP web services, and how to pass the messages asynchronously. So we're going to use the VMQs and also any point MQs to pass the messages asynchronously between the flows. And also you're going to learn about message validation, like JSON schema validation, XML validations over here. And also you will be discussing the enterprise integration pattern, like SEGA pattern, where you can invoke the multiple applications, where you can have multiple API invocations using scatter gather components. So in the integration course, in the MCIA course, right, this is only discussed verbally, but over here you're going to do the hands-on to learn this integration patterns here. SEGA pattern will be discussed in practical, okay? And various techniques to store and manage the state. So object store component, we're going to use object store component to increase the performance and resilience. And also we're going to show you how to create a SDK connector. So we're going to create SDK connector, we're going to publish to the exchange. And also very important is the custom policy. So custom policy is also covered in this course. So I would request everyone to go forward and register for this production ready integration. So once you completed this course, then you will receive an email from Mulesoft. Okay, let me show you. I have already received that email. Hold on. Okay, so I'm going to open up my Gmail. Okay, so you will receive an email from the Mulesoft training department that you have registered for the level 2 certification online exam notification. So thank you for completing both Anypoint platform development practices and readiness integration, and then you will be certified to attend to attempt for this exam. Okay, and there is a readiness kit will be also provided to you so that you can practice your mock exam session. Okay, so once you complete this production ready integration, then you will be notified in an email to appear yourself for the production ready integration level 2 certification exam. So apart
Shubha,
from this, yeah,
I haven't completed this production ready integrations yet, but still I have got that
wait.
mail that,
Okay.
I
Yeah.
am I'm allowed to take the examination.
Okay. Maybe
So,
there's some mistake. I'm not sure, but yeah, no problem. Just enroll yourself for integration. Okay. Then complete this course. Then you will be good to
but that
crack
is
that exam.
mandatory or like,
Yeah, it's not mandatory, but definitely all the examination questions you can attempt once you finish this course. Okay.
okay.
And apart from this, we have operational courses like Cloud Hub, RTF, Customer Hosted API Management. So I'm certified for teaching all these courses here, and application networks. And you can download all the material. So head over to the dashboard, everyone. So go to the training.mulesoft.com, training.mulesoft.com. So go to the dashboard, click on the dashboard and select your card. So your card is at enrollments instructor led tab. Okay, so go to enrollments instructor led and click on your card. So my card is on the top. Okay, let me scroll to the top over here. So click on your card. The name of the card is production ready development practices. So open up this one and go to the resources, switch to the resources tab, and you can download all this material. So you have already downloaded student files. Okay, so now go forward, download slides and manual. So slides, the one which I have shown it on my screen, so all the slides over there. So go through the slides and you can understand what the topics I have covered throughout the session. Manual contains all the instructions to do the walkthroughs all by yourself. So download both of them. Okay, so I have already discussed what are the course contents of this production ready integrations. Okay, we also have accelerators. I have yet to explore this one. I haven't gone through this slide. Okay, I'm gonna skip on it. So learn and build on your own. Okay, so you can read up on the documentation. Go to this site developer.mulesoft.com. All the documentation is available over there, provided by Mulesoft. Blogs are also provided. You can report and track issues over here. And you can interact with Mulesoft community. So if you have any technical questions related to Mulesoft, you can post it onto the forums, help.mulesoft.com. So there are some knowledgeable instructors who are monitoring this forum. So definitely if you have any question, you can post it over there. So keep yourself current, okay? You can watch the blogs provided by Mulesoft. You can attend the webinars. You can subscribe to Facebook and Twitter. You can subscribe to us and influence our Mulesoft roadmap. So fill out the customer survey, leave your feedback. Okay, so thank you so much for attending this course. So please come back to the overview page, everyone, in the training.mulesoft.com, and please hit the survey, okay? So on the bottom right corner, click on that start survey button and submit your survey. So there are various categories available in the survey. So choose the appropriate one. So first one is the least one and the strongly agree is the highest ones, okay? So most of the times participants makes a mistake here, confused, and instead of agree, they're gonna choose disagree. Disagree is the least one, okay? So go through this survey, okay? So submit your survey. Once you're done, then I can let you guys go, okay? And thank you so much for attending this course, okay? Hopefully I should meet you next time in a different course. Okay, so once you completed your survey, please leave a green check mark everywhere. Yeah, you're welcome, Neha. So I believe you completed your survey, right? Yeah, you're very welcome, Neha. Thank you. You have benefited from this training. Thanks to know this. Yeah. Bye, Neha. See you next time. Bye bye. Yeah, Anurag, I'm going to help you out with the instructor. Okay, sorry. PDF manual. Okay.
Yeah, yeah, okay. Actually, the detailed steps are not given in the type,
Yeah.
so right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's correct. It's little tricky because it's a level 2 examination, right?
Yeah, yeah,
So steps are not straight away, okay? So
yeah.
we have to little bit struggle with that. But if you want to need any help, okay? And if you have any questions regarding the certification, right, please write it to this email address, trainingops@mulesoft.com. I'm pasting in the chat for everyone. Or you can write it to Ramani. Okay, so Ramani is a training coordinator over here. So you can write to her also for immediate response. Okay, I'm pasting Ramani's email address as well.
Shubha, I had a question.
Yeah.
So, apart from Studio, have you used any IDEs for the?
Any ideas? I don't think any other IDs are suggested or recommended, but I have to still check on it. I'm not sure. So,
Okay.
are you guys using any ID for application? Did
I'm
you use any IDs other
using
than Studio?
Studio. No, I'm using Studio only. But I read an article
Mm-hmm.
in recently,
Okay.
kind of Visual Studio is also you can do. It's not graphical view though.
Okay.
I have that bit information only, so just wanted to check with you if you are.
Yeah, so I came to know that they are introducing IDE for building connectors because as of now we build connectors in a XML format and it's very confusing to the developer. So they are getting a IDE ready for building the connectors, but I haven't heard anything about using any other IDE for building Mule application. But just send an email, Prashant, if you have any question, right? I'll revert back on to you. Okay. If you have any question, you can write it to me. I'm pasting my email address. Okay.
Yeah, Shubha, your email would be helpful.
Yeah, sure. So this is my email address, okay? And also I'm going to share Ramani's.
Yeah.
So if you have any questions, you can write it to training ops everyone or ramani.venkatesh@mulesoft.com regarding the certification exam. Okay, so if you have finished with your survey, green check mark, and I can let you guys go. Thank you so much once again. Okay, let me stop sharing. Yeah, thank you, Ramu. Thanks for the green check mark. Yeah, bye, Ramu. Bye bye. Thank you for submitting the survey.
Thanks, Shubha.
Yeah, you're welcome. Bye, Prashant.
Thanks, Shubham.
Yeah, bye, bye, Sangameshwar. Thank you. You're welcome. Bye. Bye.
Hello, I'm done with
Yeah,
my survey.
yeah. Thank you, Samiran.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
thank you very much. It was really helpful.
You're very welcome. Thank you. Bye, bye.
Bye.
Hi, Shubha. I have also completed my survey.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Anurag. Bye, bye.
Hi, Shiva.
Yeah.
I've
Yes.
completed,
Yeah.
and thank you so much for your time. Hopefully, we'll meet in some other trainings.
Yeah,
Thanks.
sure. Sure, sure. Bye, bye. Bye, Prashant. Bye.
Hi, Shubha.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have also completed the survey, but I have that question. I mean, for that test recorder.
Okay, sure. I'm going to help you out, Pranali. Hold
Yeah,
on. I'll pass the control to you.
yeah.
So, did you restart your studio?
Yes, yes. Now I got a pop-up, like, but
Okay.
here I can say the cancel left.
Yeah, yeah. Send a request now. Go to ARC, send a request.
Okay. And this one, right?
Yeah, this is the one. Yeah. Send a request and come back to the studio.
Okay. Recording.
Recording. Hold on. That configurations test button will be
Mm-hmm.
enabled. Yeah. Click on that test.
Yeah.
Okay, it will open up a UI. Yeah. So this is the name of the test suite you are going to create now. Okay. You can go with the same name. Click next. Okay. Code. Hold on. Select code on the left side. So over here you can specify what kind of actions you want to perform. Okay. Code. You're gonna mark this processor, or you can spy
Okay.
it. Yeah. Spy this processor. Okay. Then go to the next operation. Select on the left side. No, no, no. Click on the left
Sorry.
side.
Okay.
Select and mark this. This is a database operation, right? You can mark this
Yes.
processor. Click next. And the transform message, you spy it. Okay. Then click next. Yeah, then click finish. So it's gonna create a test suite automatically.
Okay. Okay, so that's it, right? I mean, it will generate automatically these test cases. Like we
Okay.
did it manually
Mm-hmm.
check in. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks, Shubha.
You're welcome. Okay. So I'm gonna take the control back from you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye bye. Bye. See you next time. Bye bye. Rintesh, do you have any questions? Have you submitted your survey? Anil, are you on?